Good morning, Vietnam! Twitch stream. How's everyone doing? Sweet. Back with some final. Had a chill day yesterday. I think I might make that a more common thing. Like maybe on Mondays I'll just have like a chill day. Who knows? Because obviously Friday, Saturday, Sunday I do multiplayer stuff. So maybe either a Monday or a Thursday, make it like a chill day. Oh, big order. Why be order? Wish there was an option to disable the intro autoplay on the title screen there, so I could just leave it on the title screen like that. The only way to stop it is by opening like the settings menu and just hiding behind me camera screen here. But yeah, if you just leave it on the menu, it'll automatically play the title. I wish there was an option to disable it. It's cool that you can change the title screen to whichever expansion you want. It would be nice if you could disable the intro. Obviously, I can't have the intro playing because of stupid DMCA. Even though I'm getting a bit to that point when I'm just like, you know what, fuck it. Because I keep going into other people's streams and they're just playing fucking music like they don't have a care in the world. And they don't seem to be getting into bother for it. Like I went into a guy's stream yesterday and his community was pretty shit towards us. I simply just said, oh, have you got some sort of system in place that's allowing you to play music? He didn't respond, but I got a fucking backlash of his community members. So I just promptly left that fucking channel. But yeah, it's a nightmare trying to get info from other streamers. Like you'll ask other streamers for advice, like people who seem to be just playing music on the stream without a care in the world, and yeah, they'll either just ignore you or you'll get fucking backlash from the community just for trying to seek some advice. I see. In fact, I'm going to remove that panel from my channel as well because they don't seem to be responding to us either. There's like a license-free music service, but I've asked them to like clarify. Basically, on Twitch, as long as you have a panel in your channel below linking to their service, you're good to go. But they haven't clarified what happens when you want to export your VOD to YouTube. If you're making VODs on YouTube directly, you have to like credit the song that you've used. So I've asked them to clarify, if I'm exporting a 6 to 8 hour long VOD, do I have to credit every single individual song that's played throughout the VOD? Or do I just put a link to their channel? Because obviously they're using loads of different artists for their tracks, and they're asking their YouTube videos if you credit those users. But if it's a VOD coming from Twitch, and again it's 6 to 8 hours long, do I have to credit every single artist? Because if I do, I'm just not going to bother using that service, because imagine that having to credit 8 hours worth of songs. I'd have to like sit and go through all of it. Whereas if I could just link to their YouTube channel, like you have to do here on Twitch, that would be easier. But for now, they haven't gotten back to us, so for now I think I'll just not bother using their service until I can get a clear answer. Or just be like other people and just say fuck it and start playing music. Hey, Quantum, how you doing? 1 second. Yeah, for now, I'm going to remove that panel until they actually bother responding to us. Yeah, leveling doesn't take too long until once you got the hang of things. Once you've leveled your first job, there's other places you can go. Like there's this 100 floor dungeon where you just keep going up and up and up. but it like sends you in with special gear and weapons. Once you've like leveled your first job, leveling secondary jobs, most people do that. Getting what the name of the place is. Right, so yeah, I'll just remove that panel. I'm going to advertise them because I'm not using their service yet. They're not going to respond to us, then I'll not bother. Do. How far are you into the campaign? You've leveled all your gathering jobs to 40 as well. I've not touched them. I was busy setting them up the other week, ready for us to just like do it maybe off stream or an hour of it towards the end of a stream or something. Like I said, I haven't touched any of the gathering or crafting jobs. The highest I've got is like level 15 on one of my gathering jobs. But I'd say I just don't do it because I would find it boring watching someone just gathering. Especially now, again, like I said, because you're so limited on being able to just play music in the background on your channel as well. Right. So we are back at it again with a brand new bag. I want to quickly check something. What was the name of that guy that I was on his channel yesterday asking? And there it was. Quickly trying to find some info. About? How do you find someone's team when they're not streaming? I've noticed that seems like unless you're streaming, yeah, like your squad stream or a stream team or whatever is hidden. Because obviously it normally appears near a streaming title. But when you're offline, how the hell are you supposed to find it? Ah, I might find it. Wait, what was the name of that guy? There he is. I'm going to click on that. Did any of that get muted? No, did it? Fuck. A little smidgen of it got muted towards the end. Yep. Beaten Titan so far. Oh yeah, that's what I was doing. I'm slowly working towards getting me second monk artifact fists. I've sort of hit a brick wall solo in the next dungeon. At my current level. Alright, new gamage. Yeah, I think I might do that from now on. I was thinking, because obviously yesterday I took like a bit of a break and I did the same last week. I think I might just make that a thing going forward from now on. Like, Mondays take a break, do more important things. Because I'd like to get back into working out again and get a bit more active, as well as focus more on finding myself a job. The lockdown's made us very lazy lately. Yeah, so maybe like Tuesdays to Thursdays would be like my single player days. Friday, Saturday, Sunday is my day of doing multiplayer with Koos and everybody. And just Monday is chill. And just do my other shit. I want to try and push for my driving license and that soon. Great. Yeah, that's the problem, you see, since I've lost my job and this lockdown. Like, when I had my job, I had a good habit. I'd go to work, I'd come home, I'd play for 4 or 5 hours, and then I'd get to bed. Now, I get up, I start playing a game, and eventually my sleeping just ends up an absolute mess, and I end up getting up at stupid o'clock. I've just fixed it again. But it'll be fucked again in a few days, don't worry. But yeah, it's that routine. I've lost that routine with obviously not having my job anymore and lockdown being a thing. Obviously, the only thing to do is to just sit and play fucking games. However, I am wanting to get into fucking maybe doing some art sort of thing. At the minute, the current thing that I'm doing off stream at the minute, whether it becomes a thing or not, we'll see. But I'm sort of messing around with the idea of becoming one of them streamers. Purely because it's something I've wanted to do for a long time. Like, even before it was like such a booming thing. Like, I always wanted to get face rig and use that. But I could just be lazy with like my camera and that. But yeah, out of curiosity, I've started faffing about with this. Hang on, I'll have to do that quickly because my character's set to not having anything on. I mean, there's no generals or anything, but still, just to be safe. But yeah, at the minute I'm busy faffing around with this software, and this is what I've come up with so far. Not done yet. I can't figure out how to do glasses, because you can't just like attach glasses to your face. You've got to actually draw them. But yeah, that's what I've came up with so far. So the only thing I can't figure, the other thing I can't quite figure out is the hair. Like, that hair's there by default. You can hide it, but when you want to like add more hair to it, it like puts it on a layer that's like away from your head, sort of thing. Like, it puts this mesh around you, and I can't get it close enough to the head. And like, I'd love to be able to just, because obviously that hair there is pretty much all right. Because obviously I like my hair nice and short anyway. But obviously I need to change the hairline and everything. But yeah, when you like drawn hair, it does shit like that. You can like change the width and the design of the hair and the straightness and what have you, but yeah, that's what I've been faffing with. Whether I do it or not, who knows? Just an idea I've been thinking of. And my idea was to like have some sort of like Matrix theme, because everyone's got these fucking, no offense to them, but they've got like obviously these, I'm not gonna say weeby, but you know what I mean, they've just got designs. Like there's one person who recently just debuted and she's a budgie, or she's a lovebird, but a character stickish has got this like necklace belonging to her owner, and whenever she like puts it on, she turns into a human. And a human design is pretty cool. It's like I think she's called Mango. But anyway, yeah, I'm faffing about with that sort of crap at the minute. Whether I do it or not, we'll see. But I can't figure out how to do glasses yet. Just an idea, in case I want to be lazy and stop using my camera. Because then it gives me more room to just kick back and chill. Especially when my room gets hot. I'll probably not do it, but, you know. Something to keep occupiers when I'm bored. I just turn that on and I'm just faffing with that. As well as other, like, 3D modeling shit. Right, Flame General's Affairs. Well, the situation calls for urgencies. Urgency. It would avail us 2 seconds in. My reading's already just gone. Right. Though the situation calls for urgency, it would avail us little to charge headlong into Uldar without a plan. Before we can formulate a plan, however, we must first learn how things stand in the Sultanate. Which is why I propose that we visit Limsa Lominsa. Yeah, doing your logs is a good way for early leveling up. But like I said, eventually, once you've at least played through with one character to max level, leveling your other ones, most people go to... Where is it? Hang on. Whalen Woods or somewhere in Limsa. Hang on, I'll quickly finish reading this. You heard me right. When you were about your altruistic endeavours, I acted as an intermediary in the trade negotiations between House Fortom and Limsa and the Lominsian Consortium. During said negotiations, an opportunity to send word to the Admiral presented itself, and I duly seized it. I'm happy to report that we yet have a stout ally in Limsa. The Admiral has pledged her full cooperation in any efforts to rescue Rauban. Accordingly, I have agreed to meet with her. We might discuss how best to proceed. Naturally, I told her to expect us both. Our presence never fails to embolden our allies, after all. When you arrive in Limsa Lominsa, make yourself known to the sergeant at the bulwark on the lower decks. He will admit you to the bridge. Quarry Mill, I think. No, that's the wrong place. No, is it? Where the hell was it again? Blackbrush, Camp Dryboard, Little Omega. Yeah, I think it was Quarry Mill, one of the two. I think it might have been Quarry Mill, but there's a NPC in Quarry Mill, or one of the areas in Blackbrush, where when you speak to them, they'll teleport you to this 100 floor dungeon. And you'll get kitted out with special gear. And as you progress through the dungeon, that gear will level up, as well as weapons. And But it's a good place for getting experience. Another method that people do is fate grinding. I don't know if people are doing it anymore, but normally you go into an area and there'll be like a mass wave of people just running around in a big group in like 3 or 4 different parties. And it's just a big mass bunch of people just grinding the fates in the areas. That's another way that people used to level. Basically, methods you need to use once all the side quests dry up, because obviously with your first character, you're running through those areas, clearing up the side quests. And then on top of that, there's also your daily roulettes, which you'll get access to eventually. These are the best way for getting a bonus of experience every single day. You'll get a bonus for like your first time run. And then along with them, you'll get a. Hang on. Oh, yeah. You'll also get like tombstones. I'm not sure what these are. These are new. These must be a new way to get better gear. But yeah, eventually you'll get access to all of these. And you'll get access to Tombstone of Poetics as well as these. These are like your currency for getting in-game gear. Waiting for the postie to come to see if Sony sent my return labels for the PS5. I'm expecting 2 lots of labels. If I haven't got my second labels, I'm going to be fucking kicking off because I'm getting a bit sick of how shit. Why is every fucking gaming service, like customer service, absolute garbage now? Ever since the first lockdown, the customer service level of companies has just gone. Like the amount, like I phone up Sony's tech support. I've phoned them up 4 times now, and every time I'm in a queue for an hour, and then someone will pick up after an hour, and they'll be like, "Oh, you've come to the wrong queue," even though there's no option to choose which queue you want to be put in. They'll be like, "Oh, you've come through to the PS4 technical support," because there's no option to choose between PS4 and PS5. And so they'll be like, "Right, we'll have to put you back on hold, and I'll transfer you to the right queue." So then I have to wait another hour. So in total, I've had to wait in 2 hours in a queue before I get spoke to. And then when I explain the situation, they'll be like, "Oh, I'll raise this ticket for you," and they don't even bother. They don't bother raising tickets. And so you have to phone them up again, and then they're like, "Oh, sorry, that person didn't raise a ticket." And then they finally raise a ticket. Or they'll send you an email, and the email will have no ticket number on it. That's how this has all began. Because I got an email response from them saying, "Oh, give away our address and everything, and we'll replace your system." Hey, Ulbai, how you doing? And so I gave them my details, and I'm getting no response back. So then I've had to again sit for 2 hours in a queue. And then just for them to turn around and say, "Oh, well, because you don't have a reference, we'll have to bring your system in, not replace it. We'll have an engineer look at it instead." Well, that's pissed us off. Can I demand a replacement under warranty? Or are they within their rights to have an engineer look at it? Because I've already followed all their steps. Like, I've restored licenses, formatted the firmware, reinstalled the games, blah, blah, blah. So as far as I'm concerned, under those grounds, I should be well within my rights because I'm within my warranty period. Well, I can't, you see now, because I'm past the 30-day mark. And the problem with returning it to Argos is they don't have stock. Because it is a nightmare to get a PS5 anywhere. So I would get my money back. But I wouldn't be able to get a PS5. But, yeah. I mean, it would have saved all this headache in the long run, but, yeah. But, yeah, because now I'm past that 30-day mark. Really, in this sort of situation, you should be able to get your money back within your year's warranty. When there's such issues with stock and things like that. But, yeah, Sony's customer service is just garbage. Like, the guy's raised 1 ticket for a return when he said he was going to raise 2, but it doesn't say in the email which ticket, like which item that return is for, because he had to raise 1 for the console and 1 for my controller to return them separately, so that engineers could have a look at the controller as well. I mean, the last time, the first thing I said to them when I first had this issue through email, I says, right, I'm going to trade in standards. That always gets a fucking reaction out of them. Every time a company's been shitty, you just say, right, well, I'm going to trade in standards, and immediately they'll respond. And I had to do that the first time round with them when I was trying to get email responses for them, and they quickly responded. But because again, they didn't provide a ticket number in that email response, it put us back to square one, basically. But like I said to Quantum, the problem is there's a lot of people returning their consoles to them, and all they're doing is formatting them. And I've already done that. Like, the engineers aren't doing anything other than formatting them. And literally, they're going to take 1 look at my machine, because I said to them, the guy who logged the call, I guarantee he'll have not noted down what I said, because they never fucking do. Obviously, I tell them I've already tried all those steps, formatting, uninstalling games, restoring licenses, blah, 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 all the steps that they've said you have to do. And I said the crashes are random. So I guarantee the engineers are going to boot it up, they'll leave it running for about 30 minutes, and they'll go, oh, there's now the matter with it. They'll format it and send it back to us. Guarantee it. So what I'm thinking is, if I do return it, I might just put a note inside the box with it, saying steps I've carried out, so that the engineers will hopefully fucking see it. And then hopefully the engineers will go, right, we'll give them a replacement. Because I did tell the customer service guy, the tech support guy, that I'm also having buzzing. Like, when you turn it on and put it in a game and boot up the game, the power supply buzzes quite loudly. That's the other problem it's got as well. Whatever. Hopefully I'll get me letters today with the return labels. They used to just send fucking DPD or someone to pick it up, and DPD would have the labels already on the box, but they don't seem to do that anymore.
Friends, 'tis good to see you safe and well. I will admit I had not counted on you seeking, let alone finding refuge within the Holy See, but full glad was I to learn that you had.
Oh yeah, he has her new voice actor as well. Pretty much at this point, everybody's voice actor has been replaced apart from the Heavensward characters that were introduced during the patch content. Everyone else pretty much got a new voice actor.
Thankfully, we had allies there who took us under their wing. And theirs was not the only aid we receive, I suspect. When we fled Uldar, we fully expected to become wanted men, known to all and hounded at every turn. Yet that did not come to pass. On the contrary, 'Twould seem the charges against us have not been made public. Might we have you to thank for that, Admiral?
Sharp as ever, Master Alphino. On Marshal Terrapin's urging, the Elder Seed Seer and I demanded that the Syndicate suppress news of the Scion's alleged crimes until such time as irrefutable evidence could be found.
Yeah, her original voice actor wasn't too bad.
Our argument was simple. Lacking proof, to accuse the saviors of the realm of so unlikely a crime would have the people up in arms. In their wisdom, the Syndicate agreed, as you yourself have seen.
Yeah, that Taco Alive is literally just an Animal Crossing clone, except more depth. Like there's farming. You can fully customize furniture from scratch yourself. Like you can design furniture and things like that. There's a Little Big Planet clone coming out as well on Steam. Forgetting the name of that game. It was it got into trouble at first from Media Molecule because it was literally the menus were literally as if they'd been ripped straight from a Little Big Planet. So the developer had to go back to the drawing board, and even the character looked like Sackboy, but now they've like redesigned him so he's like a bear, like a Stitch bear.
There is something you should know. Some few days prior to the banquet, the Elder Seed Seer and I were summoned for a private audience with the Sultana. There, she revealed her intent to announce her abdication, that she might pave the way for the establishment of an Uldan Republic.
What? But such an announcement would have plunged the entire nation into chaos.
She was well aware of that. 'Twas for fear of what might ensue that she summoned us. Her Grace wanted the Elder Seed Seer and I to lend Rauban a helping hand, you see? To aid him in preserving the peace during the transition.
So, having somehow caught wind of her plan, Lolorito and Teleji plotted the Sultana's assassination in the hope of maintaining the constitutional status quo. But they must have known that her death would sow as much chaos as her abdication. Chaos from which Teleji alone might feasibly stand to profit. Surely Lolorito would never knowingly... Ah, could it be? I dare not hope.
Did they change his voice actor again later? Can't remember. Might just be me, but he sounded different in Shadowbringers.
The Uldan authorities have yet to announce the Sultana's passing. To allay any suspicion that may arise from Her Grace's absence, they have issued a statement to the effect that she is presently convalescing from illness.
Mayhap they're waiting for a fitting moment to break the news. Or mayhap they know of some other reason to delay.
Something else has been bothering me, Admiral. I was dismayed to learn that General Rauban is to be executed. Yet upon hearing the news, I could not help but wonder why he had been kept alive for so long. Pray mistake not my meaning. I am, of course, overjoyed that our friend still draws breath. and that he might yet be saved. But if his enemies truly wish to eliminate him, they could have done so immediately. I see no reason for this delay.
Aye, you've struck upon an important point, Master Alphino. Following his capture, Rauban had been held in the Marasaja pit within Uldar. In recent days, however, he has reportedly been moved to an unknown location. Queerly, 'twas not the brass blades who spirited him away either, but a band of soldiers decked in blue.
The Crystal Braves.
Hey, remember them, Alphanor? Huh? Remember them guys?
Aye. If I read the winds aright, the arrangement between Lord Lolorito and the Braves has come under strain.
Oh, so his balls dropped.
At any rate, if we're to rescue Rauban, we'll have to find him first. And you'll be glad to hear that I have already entrusted the task to those best able to see it done. Our friends of Doma.
Rauban's survival is vital to the Eorzean alliance. We can ill afford to lose him. But I cannot send troops into Uldar. Would spell the end of the alliance and war like as not. There is to be rescue. Falls to you and yours to attempt it. I would not have it any other way, Admiral. It was I who founded the Crystal Braves, and I who must take responsibility for their actions. Spoken like a true leader, Master Alphino. By way of a first step, you should seek out our Dorman contact. You will find her among the frontier hands at Revenant's Toll, working in a kitchen. You would think it would get spotted being in Revenant's Toll. Since the Braves and everybody took over the place once the betrayed were. Yeah. You've some nerve showing your face here, traitor. I ought to haul you in for your crimes, and I would, except you doubtless put up a fight. I've been ordered to not to bring conflict into town. Priority is to protect the people. We can't risk innocent bystanders getting hurt. If I were to find you anywhere else, though, you'll not find me so lenient. Consider yourself warned. You are, lady. Sure thing. Found out his Oculus is arriving today. I want rid of mine. I want to get a different headset because I hate the fact that they're forcing me to use Facebook. Like I've got an Oculus account. For now, I don't have to use Facebook, but in a year's time, you've got to merge your Facebook account with your Oculus account. So for that reason, I want a different headset. But the problem is, it's the best headset for tracking that doesn't need base units around your room. Germany's investigating them for that same reason, because they don't agree with them forcing people to do that, but Nothing's come of it yet. The investigation started in December. I've got two. I've got the Oculus Rift and the Oculus S. I originally bought the Oculus Rift, but the tracking units, they just don't work good enough in my small room. So, and at the time my PC wasn't strong enough, so it never got used. I used it once, and my PC overheated, so I packed it away. And then eventually, once I got a PC strong enough, the Oculus S came out. Which obviously has tracking built into the headset. Igiri. Master Jasix, I knew in my heart that you were safe. But to see you again in the flesh, words cannot well express my relief. Even as the victory feast was taking place, the crystal graves turned upon us and took the rising stones by force. With the chaos, some few of my compatriots and I were able to slip away unnoticed. Since then, we've remained in Revenant's Hall, keeping watch over the mutineers while awaiting your return. You've done well by us, and we Dormants do not soon forget our debts. We swear to do all within our power to aid you. Da da da. In search of Rauban. Shortly before you arrived, I received word from Lims Elemensa that you were searching for General Rauban. As the Admiral will have informed you, he was recently moved from his cell in the Marasaja pit. The same juncture, Yuhase and the 3rd unit were observed leaving the Rising Stones. This could be no simple coincidence. Their purpose, we believe, is to escort the Flame General to the scene of his execution. Suffice to say, we have people shadowing the 3rd. If you would join the hunt, pray seek out Gaoer at Highbridge, where I too am bound. Da, 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 da. Yeah, the only downside to that Hoko Life is obviously there's no multiplayer to it. It's been developed by one guy, so development is very slow, but he's getting there. With the lockdown and that, he spent like the past few months just knuckling down and getting a lot of work done on it. But still, looks like a pretty good game. It'd be nice if later down the line he added some sort of multiplayer. Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. I've been expecting you. Time is of the essence, so I shall be direct. Yuhase and his men are bound for Halatali. We believe that this is where they intend to carry out the execution. Ozan's presently keeping watch over the entrance. Let us make haste and join him. What's the Castaway Paradise? Have a quick peek at it. art style is very weird. Da, 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 da. So what headset did you go with? Did you go for the Oculus Quest or the Rift S? Quest. Guessing the Quest 2. Yeah. I mean, you can get a cable, like I tell you can get a cable to connect it to PC so that you can play more powerful games. Right, so that's already hooked up with that. Right, let's have a quick peek at this. I'll quickly watch the trailer. I like everything else about the art style. I just don't like the character models. They look weird. But everything else is very old school Animal Crossing. Like N64 era art style. The character models just look weird. How does multiplayer work? Is it literally just like Animal Crossing where people can come to your village? Oh, hang on. That's not multiplayer. It's only single player. Wait, what game's multiplayer, Lullaby? It's the Steam version of Castaway is just listed as single player. I'm confused. It's got a Switch release, unless the Switch release has multiplayer. Nah, it's single player. On Steam there. That might time Porsche has single player as well, isn't it? Yeah. I bought, like, after me and Goose briefly played Stardew Valley, I like bought a crap load of games like it on Steam. There's a game coming out sometime this year that I really want to play with everybody. It's literally like Stardew Valley, but it's in space. If I can find it. What was it called again? This it? Fuck. Ah, here it is. One Lonely Outpost, it's called. Got online co-op, but it's literally like Stardew Valley, but it's in space. What crafting job should you start with? No good asking me. I've not leveled any of them. I was setting up me gathering ones the other day. Like, I've set up my miner. Level that up at some point, but yeah, crafting's completely changed over the years. I need a decent guide. Yeah, I'm thinking the same. Eventually I need to just do them. Like I say, I didn't do it because of streaming, but to that point now where I'm just like, you know what, screw it. Just do it. I found a rare. I shall kill it in the face. Wow. Holy crap, that's a long stun time. Are you gonna... I better not land again. Oh my god, it rebuffed. He's stun locking us. Help! I heard someone knocking. Oh, it's them walking around. Sounds like someone was knocking. Let's have a quick peek. Coral Island. I think I've seen it, yeah. Again, I think that one's single player. Yeah, that one's just single player. I prefer them to have multiplayer. They're the sort of games I prefer to chill with others. Alright, anyway, back to the mission. Having a good time, my friends. Moments ago, the traitor Ilbraid arrived and entered Halatali. From this, we may be certain that General Rauban is being held within. Keeping the flame alive. There's no time to lose. General Adlin may be executed at any moment. You must enter Halatali and free him from his captors. Please see to your preparations and tell me when you are ready to proceed. One of our own will accompany you inside. What he calls. Now, for the sake of progress, I'm just going to put these on very easy, because again, I'm just wanting to play for the story. I think I'll just do that. Giddy!
Pray, forgive me my lateness.
Lady Ugiri!
Exactly.
Master Alphino, I am pleased to see that the light of resolve shines in your eyes once more.
Okay. I was going to search if her voice actor's changed again, or...
Ah, yes. How pathetic I must have seemed to you when we last met. I am ashamed to record it. For a time, I was well and truly lost. But with the aid of my comrades, I have essentially found my purpose, and I shall take care not to misplace it again.
Forgot all about that, yeah. Some scumbag murdered the original voice actor, didn't they? That sounds different now. That's why that's why I'm curious. Like, our voice sounds different now. FM XIV Ugiri voice actor in heaven. Yeah. In the English version, Ugiri was voiced by Paulette Ivory in Final Fantasy XIV: A Realm Reborn. She was voiced by Cyan Blake in the initial launch of the Final Fantasy Heavensward expansion. Yeah. And they changed that voice actor again later. Right, so yeah. So from Realm Reborn, they changed to a different voice actor. It was the second voice actor that was murdered. The first one, they just got rid of from what I'm understanding here. According to Google, the first actor, Paulette Ivory, was for Heaven's Realm Reborn, but then they changed studios or something, and then they brought in Cyan Blake, who was then later murdered, unfortunately, along with her kids as well. Hope that fucking scumbag got what he did. Whoever did that, I hope that fucking dead. Whoever murdered them. Fucking scumbags. Let's see. Other than the contract change, others mentioned, Cyan Blake, yeah. As of 3.5, Eleanor Matsura has been the voice of Ugiri. Yeah. I thought she sounded different. So she's had 3 voice actors. So the person we're listening to now is Saya, or Sia, however you pronounce her name, the one that was murdered.
Since your escape from Ulda, my fellow shinobi and I have shadowed the Crystal Braves every step, in hopes of learning the Scion's whereabouts. Regrettably, our investigation has yet to yield any useful information. Pray, forgive us.
You need not apologize, my lady. We are grateful for all that you have done on our behalf. Besides, Rauban is no less a friend, and we cannot well abandon him to his fate.
Hozan, the three of us shall attend to the Flame General's rescue. Pray, draw away the guards by the entrance. Take Dowade and Higiri with you.
Ninja vanish!
With me!
Not a soul from the Colosseum to be seen. Take the lead, Jasix. I shall follow you close. Huh. Da 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 da.
Away with you!
Da, 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 da. Da 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 da
da. Leave this to me.
That's easy, like spawn. Ha! Has it easy, like reduced the number of enemies or something? Because I'm sure I remember there like being bombs and that roaming around here. There's 4 enemies and that was it. General, where are his captors? General, you came. Oh! Pick up. He is bound by some manner of magitech device. I dare not force it open. It may well be booby-trapped. I've heard of such devices. Crystal Braves will possess the key. They split up and look for it. Alright, maybe this is where they come in. That will not be necessary. Pray, do not take it personally, my friends. You are the victims of harsh economic conditions. Happily, you will not suffer for long. This poison will convey you swiftly unto the bosom of Thal, where I hope to join you after the passing of many prosperous years. Farewell, friends. Found it. This mist stifles my healing. Leave me. Save yourselves. We cannot let them escape. Jasix, force the gate. Beasts. The mist must be drawing them. The way is clear. The mist remains. We must stop it at the source. I shall tend to the general. Pray, see to the mist. The braves have the key. Goasetsu. Da 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 da. Takes care of the mist. The mist is cleared. Next, to find the key and free Rauban. Ba-da. The key. Take it to Rauban. Yeah, I'm quite enjoying chilling with Staxel on the weekends at the minute. The only shame is originally I thought it had some form of combat because they've like added a whole new area that eventually you'll get access to via a portal, but it's purely for just exploration and new materials for building and crafting, as well as like new creatures you can capture. And me and Kush usually does multiplayer on Friday, Saturday, Sundays. Beep boop boop beep boop boop boop. My thanks. Slowly, General. You are yet weak from your ordeal. Nevertheless, we must quit this place. I should have known. What are clever contrivances to the Warrior of Light. Well done, hero. Ilbert. You mean to struggle on, then? Very well. If you would stand in my way, I will cut you down like all the rest. Come, scions. Let's get this over with. I'll tear you limb from limb! No, that's not it. It's, Fuck, what was he saying again? Sloppy! There we go. Got it! Does he start saying that now, or is it only later? On the final fight with him. That's like the biggest meme of Final Fantasy XIV. Sloppy!
I have you now.
It is nothing.
Yeah, I don't think he starts saying that until the final fight with him.
I'm not finished yet.
You've had that thing 2 minutes. Oh, you're all PC.
I'll tear you limb from limb.
I'll tell you, limb from limb. You didn't say sloppy. Damn it. Yeah, you must see it on the final fight, not this one. Sloppy.
This changes nothing.
I think they changed his
It is
voice actor
over,
as well.
Ilbert. Lay down your arms and surrender yourself to justice.
Justice? Justice for what exactly? 'Twas not I who assassinated the Sultana, boy.
Ere we debate who is responsible for the assassination, I would ask whether an assassination took place at all.
Oh, clever little shite.
If you think you fight for justice, lad, you'd best wake up. The truth is, you fight for whoever bloody well tells you to. Can you not see you're being used? By the Scions, the City-States, even the Crystal Braves. They none of them care a whit what you want. Only what you can do for them.
You ain't wrong.
And how do I know this? Because I'm the same. A pawn to be used as my masters see fit. All I ever wanted was to liberate my homeland. And I ate dirt to make it happen. But what have I achieved after all these years in servitude? Nothing. Not a bloody thing.
Yeah, Lullaby has the right of there. Why sniffing your mouse pad? Just images of Stumpy just... Ah, good shit. Ah. I've been wiping your ass on your mouse pad there, Stealthy.
If we ourselves are not free to think and to act, how are we ever to reclaim our homeland? Know this. There is nothing I would not give to take back Alamigo. Nothing!
And he ain't lying. Bright light, bright light. What's my lullaby?
You'll not get away.
You can't get the image of Stealthy wiping his ass on his mouse pad out of your head now.
No, Master Alpha, no. Now is not the time.
I'm but a cripple and a fool. And still you came for me. I'm in your debt.
We are all of us fools of fate, General. But even fools have a part to play.
On your feet, gladiator. This fight is not over.
Rest assured, I was not planning to die till I'd avenged the Sultana. Still, your words are welcome, lad. Know this, Ilberd. There is nothing I would not give to see you pay for what you've done. My wealth, my arm, my life. Nothing.
General, are you aware that Lord Lolorito has yet to announce the Sultana's death to the public?
What? No. No, I was not aware of that, nor of anything else outside my cell. 'Tis passing strange, though. I assumed the bastard would make it known at the first opportunity, and set about tearing down the Sultanate.
Who's Rauban's voice actor again? It's guy from like Lord of the Rings, I think. His new voice actor. They got some pretty couple of high level people in some of the roles. The one that's like, it is a gift. The ring. I'm sure that's. Oh, who am I thinking of? Let's see. General. Oh. It's just when he said passing strange there. He's from something anyway. Is he from Game of Thrones or something? Nicholas Bolton, is that him? Yeah, Nicholas Bolton. Rauban. Double check. That's like his original voice actor. Heaven's Word. Yeah, Nicholas Bolton.
As did we all. And it is indeed strange that he did not. Strange, or perhaps revealing. Now, I have no conclusive proof, nor do I wish to give you false hope, but I have reason to believe that Her Grace may yet live.
What? But how can that be?
Forgive me, friends, but it is not safe here.
Yeah.
Let us continue this conversation without.
Inside, I'll save the postman's beam. Ooh, yes. It's cold air outside. Hopefully my room will quickly cool down. So I hear when I'm playing, especially on my PC, because obviously I play on my PC in 4K. Doesn't half kick out some heat. Na 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 na. The General is safe. What news without? My lady, the guards have been subdued as per your command. We have since kept watch over the entrance. There's been no further activity. Then Ilbrid and his minions have fled via some other egress. Scour the perimeter for signs of their passing. At once, my lady. No ninja vanish? What is it? General Alden, I presume, and the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. Who are you? Identify yourself. Pray, do not be alarmed. My mistress is a friend, and I come bearing a message of goodwill. For your own safety, she bade me direct your steps to the Waking Sands. For that Master Urianger awaits you there, along with other sympathetics to your cause. This is no ruse, I assure you. General Alden, if you will come with me, I have prepared a carriage, that you may travel in comfort, safe from prying eyes. I have spoken with Urianger via Link Pearl. He confirms the man's story. Rauban is in safe hands. Let us make our way to Vesper Bay. I don't want to go there. I hate how far away the crystal is. Boo! Crystal's a million miles away. Da 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 da. Alrighty. So yeah, stealthy lullaby. What do you think? Short quantum it earlier, but I'm working on something at the minute. Whether I use it or not is another story. But yeah, out of pure boredom, I was just sitting designing something. One second, my lords. Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. What do I think? I haven't figured out how to do glasses yet, but I might use it, I might not. I'm just at the minute I'm just faffing about. Well, I don't know. Like I say, I'm just faffing about at the minute. Whether I use it or not, who knows? But yeah, I'm trying to figure out how to put glasses on the damn thing, but I can't figure it out because you can't like physically. There's no option to like attach glasses, so you have to like design them yourself from scratch. So I've like getting some texture for glasses, but I can't seem to get them to work. Can you make the face a little longer? Yeah. You trying to see it? I think I can anyway. Even got the black bags under my eyes. But yeah, I'm messing around with that at the minute. Whether I use it or not is another story. I just got bored and I decided to faff around with that software the other day. But yeah. I think VTubers are creepy. I look at it as a way to be lazy with my camera. Because I've streamed for like 10 years with my camera on. Whereas Koos has never had his on. I've only recently convinced him to start using his camera. Whereas on days like this where my room's hot with the VTube thing, I can just strip off without a care in the world and be nice and cool. And at least I've got some sort of interaction still going on with my character model. But yeah, I don't really watch them that much. There's only one or two that I watch.
My dearest friends, praise be unto the 12 for delivering you from the clutches of treachery.
And even then, it's very rarely that I watch them. Like Iron Mouse and Niana's are like the only two I watch, and it's literally once in a blue moon. If I'm bored and I can't sleep one night, I'll just put them on as background noise. And again, that's why mine's like normal. Like, because obviously a lot of VTubers, their characters are either demons or cat girls or some anamorphic. Is that the right word? Anamorphic? Yeah, but some sort of variation of some creature or demon and that. Whereas mine is just going to be me. I was thinking of theming mine like more Matrix style. Like, especially like when I'm streaming this, rather than having this background here, I could have like my own version of like Matrix style blue text or something coming down and try it like that. Give my guy some like shades. Yeah. Yeah, or I have massive breasts, yeah. Whereas mine is literally just going to be me. I'm not going to exaggerate it in any way, it'll just be me.
Pippin! My son! And Master Papashan besides!
Forgive me, Father. I should have been at Her Grace's side.
Save your tears. The Sultana yet lives.
You!
It was I who arranged this gathering. And judging by your perplexed expressions, it would seem introductions are in order. I am Dulala, head of the Order of Noldthor, and member of the Syndicate.
What you said about the Sultana, is it true? Is she alive?
Young man, I understand you were with the Sultana when she drank from the poisoned goblet and collapsed. Would I be correct in assuming that you did not personally verify Her Grace's vital signs?
Didn't have time. I had certain scumbags in my face saying, "You killed her!"
Why ask when 'tis plain you know the answer?
Calm yourself, General, and let me finish. The truth is not as you imagine it. You are all victims of a most ingenious ruse. A ruse conceived to eliminate the threat posed by Teleji Adeleji. 'Tis my belief that Teleji plotted the Sultana's assassination alone, but that Lolorito caught wind of his plot and exploited it to his own ends. He sought to manipulate you into eliminating Teleji for him, and you duly obliged. At one fell swoop, he removed his two foremost rivals, all the while remaining above suspicion.
God strike me down for a fool. But the Sultana, how can it be that she lives?
She lives because Lolorito willed it. Her own lady-in-waiting is but one of his many little birds. By her sleight of hand, the poison was switched for a less deadly draught before it could reach her mistress's lips.
Some manner of sedative, perchance? Of a potency sufficient to induce a slumber like unto death.
Were I to guess, I would say Her Grace is being held somewhere, dreaming dreams of a brighter Uldar, even as we speak.
Sorry, in a second.
Oh, Nanamo. I will never forgive Lolorito for his part in this.
Though Lolorito's hands are far from clean, they did pluck Her Grace from the jaws of death. That must count for something. And though one may call the man's methods into question, it cannot be denied that he knows the value of stability, to the very gill, like as not. He craves power, 'tis true, but he has no desire to depose the Sultana. I had never taken sides in your feud with the monetarists, but it was not for want of concern for our nation's welfare. Indeed, 'twas out of the desire to see order restored that I furnished your Far Eastern friends with information and arranged this gathering. I hope you are ready to work, General, for there is much work to be done. Our first priority must be to bring matters back into balance. Lest you forget Her Grace's words, the true wealth of Uldar lies in the health, happiness, and hopes of her people. As for the more worldly kind of wealth, I am content to let Lolorito help himself to whatever Teleji Adeleji left behind. You, meanwhile, must do that which you alone can do. Rescue Her Grace and take your place at her side once more. For her sake, and that of our nation.
Yeah. Yeah, stealthy. I'll give you a quick peek. For the millionth time! You are here. I'm not wasting my time opening. You're not here. Are you here, stealthy? He's gone away again, hasn't he? Oh. Right. Yeah. There. Obviously, I'm far from finished, but that's my design so far. The base hair, I don't know how to change it. That's the default hair it starts the character model with. But I've got no idea how to change it. Yeah. I can't figure out how to add glasses because they're not like a physical thing. You've got to like draw them as like a 2D bit of art and then just attach them to the face. And it only works through the hair. So you've got to like make a new hair preset because at the minute when you're adding like things to the face, the hair in particular, it's got like this mesh around it. And so it adds strands that are on that mesh. And that's the only way you can do glasses as well. So what I've done is I've added a new hair texture with glasses. I can't get them to work right. From all the videos I've looked online, what they say you do is in the hair section, and also at some reason it's cutting them off. No matter how I place the hair, the glasses texture, no matter, it looks perfectly fine on there. Okay. No matter how I position it, no matter how much I shrink it, it seems to cut off the top. So it's only got like the bottom part. Where are we? Yeah, like what you're supposed to do is that basically. When it stops being a total tool. That. Great. Of course, now it's disappeared for some reason. But yeah, that's as far as I'm getting, being able to just do that. But yeah, like I said, it for some reason cut off the top. I can't figure it out. But yeah, you're supposed to like mesh it around the character like that. This is actually as close as I've ever getting it. This is actually as good as I've actually ever getting it to look. But yeah. But at least you can get an idea of that. hard to get done, but yeah, eventually I'll get the glasses working. Like I said, I can't figure out why it's cutting off the top. But yeah, we'll get there in the end. And like I said, whether I used it or not, that's another thing. I'm just messing about at the minute when I'm bored. I had not counted on the Prioress Duala herself appearing. In my defense, my suspicions regarding the Sultana proved more prescient. With the VTube, so we know you're naked. Nah, I'm not gonna be naked all the time, but like I said, it just gives us that option. If my room gets hot, I don't have to, like, I can at least take my top off and know that I'm fine. And obviously, like I say, I'm just experimenting with the whole VTube rigging shit just to see how it works. I like messing with things, so I just want to see how it works and everything. And whether I keep using it or not, who knows? Much remains to be done, but in rescuing Rauban, we have taken a vital first step towards resolving matters in Uldar. We couldn't have done it without you, Jasix. Thank you. To siege or not to siege? That is the question. Taru? Yes, General Rauban is now in safe hands. What? Another assault? Very well. We shall return at once. Pray, notify the Count of our coming. It would seem we face another crisis. The Dravanians are preparing to resume their siege of the Holy See. While I'm loath to abandon the Sultana to her fate, we lack the necessary evidence to act upon Duala's claims. That being the case, I propose we leave Marshal Tarupin and the others to investigate and return with all haste to Ishgard. Da 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 la. Oh yeah, get to listen to some Ishgard music. Please be nighttime, please be nighttime, please be nighttime, please be nighttime. Please be nighttime, please be nighttime. Yeah. This is my favorite place. Did they say when the housing estates were going to open up in this area? Da, 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 da. I like this version as well. All the versions! Ah, there you are. Sorry for cutting your reunion with General Rauban short. I wouldn't have bothered you, but the city's awash with rumours of another Dravanian attack, and Lord Horshapont was desperate to get a hold of you. Speaking of whom, he and the others are waiting for you inside. You best head in. My friend, I thank you for answering our call with such alacrity. As I am sure you are now aware, the Dravanians are once more gathering for war. Master Thuldred, Master Livelier, I must apologize for this abrupt summons. We thought it best to have Mistress Tataru contact you by the most direct means available. And the Observatorium bell's toll is a warning that cannot be ignored. The Holy See has ordered that we make ready for battle. In case you haven't heard, a band of trappers returning from the west claim they saw a cloud of dragons big enough to dim the midday sky. Nidhogg's minions gather once more for war. But I would not have you take up arms in another of our conflicts. When first you came to Ishgard, I offered you my protection. I cannot ensure your safety here. I cannot well accept your aid, much less ask of it. Scions of the Seventh Dawn, you are faced with a choice. To remain in a besieged Ishgard or seek sanctuary elsewhere. I would not presume to influence your decision. I must ask that you make it swiftly, lest our enemies force your hand. Though we flee to the ends of the world, 'twould seem that no place is troubled in this troubled age is free of strife. Once more that horde descends upon Ishgard, and once more her wary defenders must take up spear and bow. The Count would have us seek shelter from this storm, but I, for one, grow tired of running. If we are to shine the light of dawn, we must do so in the sight of our fellow man, not hunkered in a hole. What say you, Jasix? We can't stay here. Fuck these people. I would stay and fight. Then fight we shall. Let it never be said that we abandon our allies in their hour of need. Your house is now chaos. I want to play it now! So good, painting programs in the VR apps as well, where you can like make 3D paintings. Alphanod's way. Choice we make this day may have grave implications for our order. It is only right that Taru should have a say. Come, let us all meet outside and discuss the path that lies before us. Yeah, the annoying thing is, like, as much as I love the S, for some stupid reason, the company's just completely abandoned it. Like, it still gets games and that, but feature updates and that, it just doesn't get any support. Like, the Oculus Quest, you can play some games without the controllers. It's got a, like, proper finger and hand tracking. It's not amazing, but it's getting there. They're working on it and improving it over. I mean, it's been a while since I've seen it. It might be even better now. But yeah, it's like controllerless tracking, so it just tracks your fingers and everything. But for some reason, the Oculus S hasn't gotten that feature, and they've since, from what I can tell, they've stopped producing the Oculus S. They've stopped manufacturing it, even though you can still buy it from like Argos and Amazon and things like that. I don't know. Unless they changed their minds. But there was an article a while ago saying they stopped. So, like, they were stopping the manufacturing of it. Which is annoying because it's a good bit of kit. But obviously the bright side to the Oculus Quest is it's wireless. And there is methods to stream your PC games to the headset wirelessly. And now you can also get a battery pack attachment, which like replaces the default band that you get with it in the box, the bit that like straps around your head. And inside that is a battery expansion which plugs into the side of the headset and increases its battery life to like 6 hours. Its default battery life's only like 3 hours, and that expansion doubles it, which would be perfect. But since I've already got the S, what I was thinking of doing is trading in me Oculus Rift and me Oculus S and using the money.
Cannot well endure another assault. Even should her knights succeed in turning back the Horde, the casualties will be catastrophic.
Yeah, I was thinking of trading in the Oculus Rift and me Oculus S and using the money from that to get the Quest 2. So then I can wirelessly stream the PC games to the headset.
But what other choice do we have? It's not like we can talk it over with them. Dragons and men aren't exactly on speaking terms.
With
Not
certain
yet.
Notable exceptions.
You don't mean Iceheart?
When last you spoke with her, she lamented her crimes, did she not? Then there remains a sliver of hope. If we can persuade Iceheart to act as our intermediary, we may yet be able to convince Nidhogg to abandon his bloody course.
If there is to be a meeting, I would accompany you.
Estinian.
My man!
Even with your intermediary, Nidhogg's blood rage may render him deaf to reason. However, the mere attempt may afford our forces precious time to prepare. Of course, you might also consider a more direct approach to ending this conflict. With the power of the Eye at my disposal, and the vaunted strength of the Warrior of Light, we could conceivably slay the beast outright.
If we are to risk a face-to-face meeting with the Dread Worm, I for one would feel safer in the company of the Azure Dragoon. However, I should only turn to your lance if my words failed to find their mark. Is that clear?
Perfectly. I shall assume that Iceheart enjoys similar diplomatic protection until instructed otherwise. A word of advice. Think carefully before divulging the particulars of this plan to Sir Emmerich. 'Twould not do to have the Lord Commander accused of consorting with heretics.
Indeed. I thank you for your counsel, Estinian. We shall be honored to have you with us.
I am glad to be of service.
We have chosen a difficult road, yet even should we succeed in winning Iceheart to our cause, our plans for Parlia will swiftly come to naught should the Holy See decide to strike first against the Horde. We must petition the Lord Commander's aid ere we set forth. I only hope that Sir Emmerich will be willing to muzzle Ishgard's forces on the strength of our vague assurances. Taru, would ask that you remain at Fort Temps Manor. Fort Tom. Fort Tom. It is Fort Tom. I'm sure some of them say Fort Tom, but then some of them say Fort Temps. That's the problem with some of the, obviously, the voice actors and that coming from different fucking backgrounds and that. Some words that all pronounce differently. I'm sure some of them pronounce it for Tom. Inform the Count of our decision. Tell him that the Scions of the Seventh Dawn mean to do all in their power to ensure that Ishgard and her people survive. Yes, sir. Yeah, I say it for Tom, because I know I've heard some of them pronounce it like that. But then there is some of them just say for temps.
I want the defenses of the Outer Ward rechecked. See to it that the ballistas are in good repair and supplied with enough ammunition for a prolonged siege.
At once, my lord.
Ah, 'twould seem I have visitors. And unlike those massing beyond our walls, these ones are welcome.
Pray forgive us for interrupting you in the midst of your preparations, Sir Emmerich, but our suit concerns the impending assault. To speak plain, we believe there is a chance the invasion might be halted before it even begins. I can divulge little more at this time, but I must nevertheless request that you advise the Holy See to refrain from launching any preemptive sorties whilst we seek to put our plans in motion.
I will gladly lend my support to any endeavor that could spare the blood of my countrymen, but I would know more of the cause you would have me champion. Will you not share aught of this mysterious undertaking?
Know that I have offered my lance to aid in this endeavor. I cannot claim that its success is assured, but our actions should serve to delay Nidhogg's advance at the very least. Which is more than can be said for the ill-conceived counterattack advocated by the sea's more vocal crusaders. They offer glorious death, but little hope of victory.
Aye, their proposal does not inspire confidence. Our resources should rightly be spent shoring up the city's defenses.
Squeak. Squeak.
The Azure Dragoon and the Warrior of Light sallying forth together to face the dread worm Nidhogg. I must admit the mere thought of it does much to dispel my misgivings. Go then, carry out your plan. I shall do what I can for you within the Holy See.
Having secured Sir Emmerich's support, we may proceed without fear of preemptive Ishgardian attack, which is not to say we can afford to dither. History tells us that the Dravanians will attack as soon as their horde reaches the critical size. Before that happens, we must needs track down and win over Lady Iceheart, and then locate and parley with Nidhogg. In short, time is against us. If you're ready, Estinian, let us be about our task. Meanwhile, the Knights of the Round.
Such commotion.
Yes, Your Eminence. The bells of the Observatorium warn of our enemy's approach.
So, the dragons are coming. Let them come, in their hundreds and their thousands. With the divine blade in our hands, we shall rend their flesh and drown the heretics in their master's blood. Even Nidhogg and his foul brood shall be powerless to resist us. And when we have rid the world of their pestilence, we shall turn our attention to our Ascian allies. See that they are suitably rewarded for their invaluable assistance.
If I may, Your Eminence, the Paragons wield powers strange and unknowable. Can we be certain that they will not see through our deception?
We can be certain of naught save the righteousness of our cause. If you would be a true leader of men, you must possess conviction as well as caution. We seek to excise the root of an evil that has blighted us for 1,000 years. The risk is worth the reward.
And what of Estinian and this Warrior of Light? They have plans of their own.
Leave them to their purpose. We must each play the role we have been given. You and your chosen brothers most of all.
For the glory of King Thordan.
Can't wait to get to the last fight on this expansion. It's good. Good. In search of Iceheart. Before we set forth, we must needs inform Tataru of our plans. Then I shall await you with Saint Renet's forum. Tell your friend, we may be some time. The road you have chosen is neither short nor easy. Of that I need no reminding. Come, Jasix. Let us head back to Fortemps Manor. Bop, bop, bop. Bop, 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 bop. Our course is set, Tataru. Maybe some time before Jasix and I return to Ishgard. Well, you just be careful, alright? Ah, don't worry about me. I'll be busy listening out for news of our lost friends. If anyone can find them, it is you, Tataru. Farewell for now. Oh, before you go, you must put this on, Alphinaud. I made it specially. No, I couldn't possibly. Very well. New duds. Either 12. It fits perfectly. Quality is actually rather good. I'm glad you like it. I've been practicing my needlework while I listen to rumours and the like. Good receptionist is always learning for new skills. My thanks to Taru. Whatever else awaits me upon the road, I shall not fear the cold. It was the least I could do. Now, I must be getting back to the tavern or I'll never catch up with all the gossip. Best of luck to you on your journey. Speak with a steeny, any on. What we could do, Lullabies, with it being that sort of game, I could speak with Kus and maybe we could just make that game a Saturday or Sunday game. Because again, I think too much and Kus will definitely get burned out. Because I can tell already he's just like, ugh. Because he said he wouldn't, but he's definitely gone into a mindset of, oh, it's a punch and trees game. He's just not vocalizing on it. But we'll see. Because what I was saying this morning was, I might now just make it a thing where on Mondays I take a break, so I can like focus on other things. So then that would mean Tuesday to Friday I could play this, and then Saturday or Sunday we could do Staxel now again. Drew blank on the name there. I did nothing last Monday and the Monday before that, and to be honest, I kind of enjoy doing that because I can just chill out, sort out, prioritizing like my job search and taking care of all the things that I have to do. You have said your farewells then? Aye, we are ready to depart. I suggest we begin our search for Lady Iceheart without delay. Very well. She will prove an elusive quarry. Where do you intend to start looking? In the absence of any fresh intelligence on Yuzeli's movements, I propose we pick up the trail where she was encountered last, Coerthus Western Highlands. Let us speak with Sir Redwald, was it? The commander of Falcon's Nest. It is like that he will know if any heretic activity is being reported in the area. Oh, it's over there. I'm thinking of completely redoing the emotes on my channel as well. Come away from the whole budgie theme, since obviously I don't have budgie anymore. But what design to go with, I don't know. What theme? I went the wrong way. Screw it! That and I need to update my sub badges because Lou and a few subs are have been subbed longer than 3 years now, and my sub badges stopped at 3. I've never designed new ones beyond that. I never expected anyone to sub for that long. Okay, man, stop here. Same with like my overlays and logo and everything. I like to redesign them every now and then. Well met, Master Thuldred. Business brings you to the Falcon's Nest. And by the company you keep, it can be no trifling matter. You are a dragoon, I know, of course, but I do not believe I have met this young gentleman. Halfinor Levelier, at your service. And you are not mistaken as to the gravity of our mission, Sir Redwald. As I am sure you are aware, the Observatorium has warned that the Dravanians gather for another assault. They look really good. Half of them are just thumbnails with my face put on them. You just look for rent, like, well, the Staxel one, I literally just opened up the game, took a screenshot, that served as the base, and then using paint.net software, put text over it, and then made a border, and yeah. Now, amazing. And then for my other thumbs, I just crop my face, pulling a weird face expression, and merge that with the images. You get the hang of it. Just use paint.net. It's a free software that sort of mimics Photoshop, but obviously it's free. And you get like different plugins for it that help making thumbnails easier. Yeah, it's just from years of messing with it. Like I used to I've messed with those sort of software since I was like a teen. Like me and my friend used to like make anime, like custom anime wallpapers and things like that. You just get used to using the different plugins and tools that the software has. That, and I also use breaking everything. That and I also use this. I paid like 300 quid for a proper doodle tablet. Which I originally, like, I bought it for doing art, but it also works as a good controller for strategy games. Like, I played the entirety of Divinity Original Sin just on this, because you can, like, use this to, like, tap your units and tap where you want them to move and tap your skills. But its main purpose is obviously for, like, its design purposes for art. Like, it displays your desktop monitor on the screen in 1080p. But this is a lot better than a mouse. You're a lot more accurate with this because obviously it's just like you're holding a pen. But you can get cheaper ones than that. Like I said, I paid like 300 for that one because I wanted one that displayed my desktop on the screen. You can get ones where it doesn't have a display on it and it's just the pad. And so yeah, just like drawn on that while looking at your screen. For me, that's too awkward, so I wanted one where it shows the desktop. So yeah, looking at what you're actually drawn in front of you rather than having to like put your pen on the tablet and then look at a screen. We believe there may yet be a way to avert the coming conflict, though only if we can find the elusive Lady Iceheart. Thus have we come to Falcon's Nest in hope of acquiring the latest intelligence on the heretics' movement. I see. And you'll be best served by speaking directly to my men. The patrol is due to return from its sweep of the surrounding lands at any moment. They also wish to question the knights assigned to pick over the remains of the heretic refuge at Gargan Mills. It's possible they have unearthed information that could be of use to you. Master Thuldred knows well the place I speak of, for it was he who first discovered it. Let us divide our forces then. I will stay and await the return of the patrol while the two of you visit this refuge. When I have completed my inquiries, I will join you there. A wise use of our time. Come, Jasix. I'm eager to learn what Sir Redwald's men have found in the heretic's lair. What have you? Not normally bothered by heights, but it depends how high up I am. Like, I've been on like tall buildings before and like looked over the edge. In those moments, I'm just like, but I'm not like so bothered where I'm like, ugh. But yeah, it does make you shudder, like looking all the way down over a big drop. But yeah, imagine being this guy on this narrow pathway in a snowy, windy area. And it gets more narrower the closer to the edge you get. Yeah, there's like a bridge in my town. It's like a really tall bridge, and I used to climb the legs underneath it as a kid. Stupid thing to do, but yeah, I climbed a lot of shit as a kid. Heights don't really bother us. But there has been 1 or 2 times where I've like been on top of a building and I've looked over and I've went, like, it just makes you shudder. Master Thuldred, our findings, you see. Well, there is something of a tale there. No sooner had we chanced upon a promising-looking sheaf of letters than we were ambushed from the shadows by great white beasts. It seemed the heretics foresaw our coming, left behind their pets to discourage further investigation. Several of our numbers were badly wounded. You cannot carry out your duties until the creatures are slain. We've not the time to wait for reinforcements. Let's deal with these pets ourselves, Jasix. Bears? Polar bears? Oh dear. Creature took me by surprise. Forgive me. But my hand stopped shaking. I fear I shall prove more of a hindrance than a help. Pray, go on ahead. And when you are certain that the rest of these things have been slain, notify the expedition leader it is safe to return. It's a horse top with buttons. No, I don't. Beneath the gazing stars. Bob, bob. Beasts are slain then? My thanks, Master Thodet. We may return to our duties without fear of a mauling. From one heretic to another. Wish to track down Lady Iceheart. Is this not so? Records we discovered ere those beasts mauled my comrades appeared to be some manner of correspondence. I had not the luxury of perusing their contents more closely, intent as we were on surviving an onslaught of fang and claw. And I'd wager those epistles contain more than friendly salutations betwixt lonely heretics. My interrogation of the patrol proved fruitless. Either we divine some clue from these letters, or we wander the snowfields and pray to the gods, and it lead us right to Iceheart's door. It's hardly a choice at all. What appears to be a record of past correspondence held between individuals regarded as heretics by the Holy See. Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. Do, 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 do. Have you recovered much of the heretics' correspondences? Splendid. Added to the contributions of Master Levelier and Sir Stinian, we now have more than a dozen letters. What have we here then? Every one of these pages is a record of the dealings betwixt the Gorgon Mills heretics and their fellows in the Afar Amphitheatre. A request for foodstuffs, clothing, and all manner of provisions. Iceheart's followers must yet inhabit the ruins we had thought abandoned. Sounding out the amphitheatre. The amphitheatre, the very place where you witnessed the manifestation of the primal Shiva, was it not? If that is our destination, the journey will be long indeed. The amphitheatre lies out the other side of the treacherous tract of ice and snow that cannot swiftly be crossed. And we must place our faith in the Aethernet. As you may recall, our dear friend Moonbreeder succeeded in recreating the Akvar beacon after it had been destroyed by Lady Iceheart. At the time, it was assumed that the resultant aetherytes would only be temporarily viable. But given that the heretics of Gargamine Mill seem to have been in regular contact with their brethren at the amphitheatre, I'll wager it still functions. I suggest we make for the aetheryte within Snorkelok without delay. Correct me if I'm wrong, Estinian, but in the course of mapping the Snorkelok tunnel systems, a passage was discovered leading into the Western Highlands, was it not? Might it be possible for us to reach the aetheryte from this side of the wall? It should. House Durandare posted soldiers at the Western Highlands entrance after the tunnels were cleared, but they will not deny us entry. If I'm correct, once I've finished with my business in this area, we'll go to the area with Ravana, don't we? Not Ravana. Is it Ravana? Yeah. Man, it's annoying because I might not be able to. You know what? Fuck it. I'm going to keep the music on. I'm going to keep it on. Like I said, I went into someone's channel last night and they were just openly playing copyrighted music. And I've gone to that channel again today and not a single bit of it has been muted, flagged, or anything. And they weren't playing game music, they were just playing like proper copyright music. I tried to get info from them as to how they were doing it. But it just seems Twitch is doing their usual bending of the rules. Ah, the guests of House Fortam. Accompanied by the Azure Dragoon, no less. Cannot imagine what brought you out this far. You are welcome to enter the tunnels. That is your will. Assuming the amphitheater beacon is still functional, we must pray to the 12 it does. We shall arrive at our destination in mere moments. I do not expect to be greeted by the primal Shiva. Should nevertheless be prepared for a frosty reception. The heretics are not like to rejoice at the appearance of uninvited guests, particularly one with our history. An impressive structure. I wonder how many ages it has endured. Mayhap you should ask its occupants. You seem a friendly bunch. Da, 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 da. Dogs of the Ishgard, it is not enough that you banish our beloved saint. Will you not be satisfied until the ice is slick with the last drops of our blood? Stay your weapons. We come under the flag of parley. We wish only to speak with your mistress, that we might broker a peace. Do you think us fools, boy? It will take more than honeyed words to earn our trust. You walk with the Dragon Slayer, and we know all too well what he is capable of. My reputation precedes me. They give us little choice. Come, brothers! The dragon wings bear us to victory! Wait, we did not come here to fight! Waste no more words on them. They are deaf to reason.
Your guard is down.
By the fury, they partake of the blood of the dragons? Seven Hells. Can dragon blood truly bring about such a transformation? You should not have come here, Ishgardians. Fortunate indeed. Behold the true power of our faith. At last, before I might sink my lance into.
Know your folly.
Later. Fight like demons. Is death to remain. Fall back, brothers. Retreat to the cinders. See no sign of Lady Iceheart. That we could have questioned one of them. What would you ask that we do not already know? They make for the cinders. So must we. When should an ambush await us, 'tis certain there will be more heretics in question. Not to question. Cinders, you see. Confess, the name is unknown to me. Mayhap you would be good to enlighten us, Justinian? I suspect it is the heretic's way of referring to the Dreaming Dragon, an Ishgardian of sorts found in the midst of the frozen lake of Ashpool. Some 500 years past. It is told that the Azure Dragoon of the age fought a dragon of titanic proportions. After a savage struggle, the mighty creature was weakened unto the point of death, forced into a magic slumber by an entire chapter of the Holy See sorcerers. Ere long, a rain of ash and cinder did begin to fall upon the sleeping serpent's motionless form, covering the creature at length in a shroud of grey. Of course, a thick layer of ice has since formed on top of it. You may be sure I speak true. Fascinating tale. We should make haste to this Ashen Isle. I really want to play Skyrim VR at some point again. I started on the PlayStation, but the controls are so garbage. I bought it on Steam a while ago, but I'm not getting around to playing it. I've never actually beat an Elder Scrolls game. I've played them. I'm always getting a good way into them, but I've never finished them. The Dreaming Dragon lies far to the west, whereas I finished all of the Fallout games. Dreaming Dragon lies far to the west. Before we approach the Frozen Beast, however, there is another place I would visit first. I am told the Convictors have set upon camp in Twin Pools. Their leader, Jantelot, may have information of use to us. Ah, but perhaps you are not familiar with that name either. Convictors are dragon slayers, after a fashion, but I am willing to wager that they encounter their fair share of heretics. We are indeed walking into a trap, but learn all there is to know of our foes. A sound suggestion. Let us speak with these convictors, and temper our haste with a measure of caution. I like most of the areas in this expansion. The only part I'm not looking forward to is when I get to the Moogles. That part dragged on, if I remember. Jantelot. Buenos dias. Well, well, what do we have here? Hoping to join the esteemed ranks of the Convictors, are we? Hard-eyed lad, looks promising. You have a frail look about you, boy. Give you 3 days here, ere the wilds claim your corpse. I beg your pardon. Be not so quick to judge. I have seen this frail youth fail the heretics with a flick of his wrist. And who are you to question my... By the Fury! Armour, that lance! Monsieur Dragoon himself graces our camp. Pray forgive my disrespect, sir. Ah! That! Give it a minute. This song is just going to happen constantly throughout this, isn't it? I'm sure this is the short version. After a while, it shuts up. After like a minute. Pray forgive my disrespect, sir. I'm Jantelot, leader of the Convictors and fellow slayer of dragons. Yeah, now it's shut up. Yeah. The reason it always plays that short one randomly every now and then. May I ask what winds, fair or foul, carry you into our humble camp? Ah, Lady Iceheart, is it? Aye, I know her reputation. Afraid I've seen naught of her on or her people. That said, my own men can be somewhat lax when it comes to making reports. You may wish to question them yourself. Thank you. We shall. Jasix, Stinian, make our way through the camp and see what information there is to be had. Beneath the jaws. Camp of the Convictors. Surely one of these people will have encountered heretics while out hunting. Pray, speak with as many as you can, Jasix. Nay, I know of no heretics. Do you honestly expect me to keep track of every Fairmont? You shut your filthy mouth with that accent. Dare you? Are there any heretics in the area? I've not the faintest idea. My heretic could pass under my very nose and I should be none the wiser. You're not a very good guard, especially if you're a bowman. I hunt dragons, my dear fellow. The big ones. Wherever do I scan the skies for signs of my prey. I care not of the miserable creatures that scurry upon the ground. Well, you're a bit stupid. The dragon just needs to land and strut up to you, and you'll not pay him any mind, because he's not in the sky. Ow! Looking for heretics, you see. Why don't you go and bother Perquet or someone? I've enough trouble keeping these preening fops fed and clothed as it is. There's no business of mine what folk do with themselves out there in the wild. Thanks for the help, these are all very helpful. But I can help you with, my lord? Gotta stop playing that music again, isn't it? Heretics, is it? Well, I've never seen one myself. I'd aim to say I haven't heard a thing or two. We'd be grateful of any information you can share with us. God knows we've gleaned precious little from talking with the rest of these people. Please, my lord. I am Perquet. Soldier by trade, but not much of one, I am honest. It weren't for the love of stabbing folk... It weren't for the love of stabbing folk that I took up the spear, see? No, it was by order of Sir Jantelot's father. Still, as long as they keep paying me wages, I ain't fussy over what they have me do. Not everyone's as patient as me, though. Plenty of lowborn lads who get pressed into service start grumbling before they've seen their second battle. So they've got to thinking how unfair it all is. Don't take much for the heretics to turn their heads. What I hear, the simple promise of freedom tends to do it. Let me explain how Lady Iceheart was able to expand her fellows so swiftly. Sad to say, the mates of mine gobbled down the heretics' tripe and asked for seconds. Told me they were off to the Western Highlands to light a signal fire. That's how you let the heretics know you're serious about joining their ranks, apparently. They end up some purple smoke and the bastards come to you. It's not so. Why then? I am minded to start a fire. Purple flame, purple flame. We are to lure out our foes to our position, and we must find a means of procuring a signal of purple hue. As it so happens, I once heard tale of a trapper who dropped the hide of a woolly yak onto his campfire. Aside from the terrible stench, the story also describes in detail how the smoke from the smothered flames was tinged a deep violet. You're a monster hunter of some note, are you not, Jasix? It should prove a trifling task for you to procure a number of hides. We may need to burn more than one ere the heretics notice our beacon. Fine. Master Alphanor, you and I shall gather wood for the fire. It will take the both of us to find enough dry fuel in this frozen wasteland. Let us meet again, the dreaming dragon, with the fruits of our labour. What's everyone up to? It's 1 o'clock already. Nanny! Honestly, I'd suggest... I mean, it's up to you what you want to do, but I'd suggest saving some of them. Like, don't just max them all out. Save some for, like, progressing through the expansions. Like, what I did is, Realm Reborn, I did Monk. Heavenswell, I did Machinist. Stormblood, I did Samurai. And Shadowbringers, I did Dancer. There's other jobs as well, but yeah, save some of them for like the patch content expansions, because then obviously you can do all the gathering jobs. Yeah. There's plenty side quests in every expansion. There's none left for me. Like I always made sure to clear every map before moving on to the next one. There's a couple of quests show up once you hit the end game, but by that time you're doing the end game daily roulettes and grinding for your gear. Seemed that collecting firewood is a new experience for Master Alphanor. He must have had a privileged upbringing. Have you the hides we need? Yep, he was a spite little shit. Don't feel like doing story dungeons yet.
Ah, I should have known it would be you.
That sounded so off. Rather than just I should have known it would be you. Doing heal is stressful. Well, you chose it. It's the one job class I'm yet to level up because, like I said, I don't like the idea of being responsible of keeping people alive. I barely like Paladin. Again, I much prefer my DPS roles. The downside of DPS roles is the dungeon queues tend to be a bit lengthier. I do want to do the new one in the expansion, but yeah.
Word reached me of a struggle with a small but well-armed band of trespassers. Forgive my comrades their hostility. Few come here uninvited, and fewer still with good intent. Now, tell me why you are here.
We wish to stop Nidhogg's attack on Ishgard.
So, you seek to stem the Dravanian tide with talk? A romantic notion. If you but knew the truth, the spark which lit the flames of this animosity, you would understand the futility of your quest. Shall I relate it to you? The sordid history my gift has shown me, that which the Holy See has taken such pains to suppress. 'Twas more than a millennium past when an Elezen tribe first sought to claim the lands of Kurthas as its home. Unfortunately for them, Kurthas was already home to dragonkind, and they were not inclined to make way for the invaders. Thus did a bloody war begin, a war which might well have rumbled on until one or the other side was exterminated, had it not been for the resolve of a single woman. That woman's name was Shiva.
And she thought to bring peace by banging a dragon.
While those around her fought and died, she attempted to parley with the dragons, and in so doing discovered them to be possessed of profound intelligence and reason. The great worm, Hraesvelgar, in particular so enchanted Shiva that she found herself growing to love the creature, whom her people considered a monster. In the eyes of a near-immortal dragon, however, the fleeting life of an Elezen is as that of a freshly cut rose. Scarce has the flower bloomed before it begins to fade and wither. Such melancholy musings plagued Hraesvelgar, who had found in Shiva an unexpected and beloved soulmate. He knew that all too soon, death would snatch her away from him. Unable to bear the thought of their separation, the maid bid the worm consume her, that their spirits might be entwined for eternity. Though loath to perform the deed, Hraesvelgar ultimately gave in to her plea, and soon thereafter the tale of their ill-fated love spread throughout the two warring factions. No more could they raise blade or claw against one another, knowing that the souls of their kin were so inextricably bound. In the days that followed, man and dragon learned to live in harmony, and together built a nation unlike any the world had ever known. For 200 years did this blissful age of peace continue, as it would to this day, had vilest envy not stirred in the hearts of the Elezen. It is said that worms owe their longevity to the boundless reserves of vitality found within their eyes. And 'twas in this belief that a traitorous band of knights deceived their allies of some 2 centuries, and took by force that which they coveted. Nidhogg, he who now stands poised to unleash his wormlings upon Ishgard, was the great dragon who lost an eye to Elezen treachery. And until he prizes it from the hands of the traitor's progeny, no amount of conciliatory words will stay his fury.
You are wrong, Lady Iceheart. Lest you misunderstand, I do not doubt your vision of the past. 'Tis true that Nidhogg greatly desired to reclaim the Eye. Indeed, it was for that very reason that I kept it with me as I roamed the land, attempting to draw him away from the city.
Actually pulls a gouged eye out of his pocket.
Until recently, Nidhogg seemed unable to resist its allure and pursued me relentlessly. Needless to say, that is no longer the case. Now, it would seem, he has fixed his attention on Ishgard itself, though he knows full well the Eye does not reside there.
You believe he targets the capital for another reason?
I believe reason has all but left him. Through the Eye, I feel much of what Nidhogg feels, and the dragon's thirst for vengeance will not be quenched by aught less than a sea of blood.
If Nidhogg is indeed lost to reason, might we not seek an audience with Hraesvelgr instead? He has thus far shown no inclination to aid in the invasion of Ishgard, and may yet welcome our efforts to broker a peace.
You still believe that a peaceable solution can be found? Very well. I will take you to him. Our road will lead us to Dravania, the homeland of dragonkind. There we shall ascend unto the clouds, where Hraesvelgr resides.
Nanny? The light return. Slowly restoring my gift.
Is autumn mist, my friend? I sense the many battles are beginning to take their toll. Rest a while, and should you lose sight of us, Dravania lies beyond the mountains to the west.
Curious. The vestiges of thy mistress's blessing are not as faint as once they were. Thy will to succeed grants thee unusual fortitude. But will it be enough?
Time to go to another land. Beast Tribe in the next area is like the only one I've like leveled up. It's not maxed out, but it's the only one I bought because I wanted the flying bug. But then once I got it, I was like, you know what? That's actually pretty hideous. The Vath. Leveled the Vanu a little bit, but I had started the Korjin, but I never got too far into them. Not really done much of them. Yeah. Obviously, Quantum's limited on access to places for him to level up his crafting. There is videos on YouTube that guide you how to, like, get your crafting to level 80 in a matter of 2 hours. I think I bookmarked a few because I'm planning, like I said, I'm planning on doing it myself. Where the chocobos roam. Where the chocobos roam. You are Jasix, yes? Pray. Address me as Yazeli, if you wish. This passing strange, is it not? That fate should bring us together thus. Never did I think to walk alongside the warrior of light. But history is full of such unexpected alliances. Shall we make our way into the Dravania then? Chill of the Western Highlands is unrelenting. They would sooner be under the sheltering canopy of the Chocobo's forest. Echo.
Beyond Abalathia's spine, the great mountain range that spans the continent of Aldenard from east to west. Into the deepening shadows of Som-Al, where lies the ancient home of dragonkind. To a land where the soil slithers, and the skies seethe with sinuous shapes.
They came. God, I remember. What the fuck? Thanks, game, for demounting us like that. He is added him to the Discord recently. We now stand on the threshold of Dravania. The path to Som-Al will take us far to the west, beyond the embrace of the forest's branches. It'll be a long and demanding journey. I suggest that we take our rest at the village up ahead. See that we are properly provisioned. There's a village here, but I thought these lands the sole domain of dragonkind. Why would anyone choose to live in so perilous a place? The wild chocobos. Tailfeather was built by hunters who make their living capturing and selling the beasts. Their leader, Master Champ, is an acquaintance of mine. Being a gregarious sort, he will no doubt welcome our arrival. He will also possess more recent knowledge of the road we seek to travel. Trust there are no objections? Only to this ceaseless chatter. We are to meet this acquaintance of yours. Let us do it before Ishgard burns. Ba ba da ba. Ba da da do. Do do do. God, I remember the quest in this area where I've got to find the baby dragon for the leader of the place. One of the larger dragons asks us to find a baby, and then I've got to follow it around everywhere. But better than that, we're nearly at Ravana. Yay. Red. Bleed. Last jump. Well, tan my hide and call me Leatherface. We have visitors. Aha! And evident the lovely Izeli. Been too long, girl. That it has, Master Champ. That it has. My companions and I are on a pilgrimage to Som Al. Might we stay in Tailfeather a while and prepare for the next leg of our journey? Of course, of course. Stay as long as you like. In fact, I wouldn't suggest leaving the forest at all. Dragons have been absolutely bleeding murderous of late. Forgive me, sir, but I am not sure I understand. The dragons not bother you here in the forest? Bother us? Did Izeli not explain things to you, boy? You've seen them towering calamitaries all about, haven't you? You were flying above the canopy, barely be able to see the ground. And as you'd expect, the local wildlife's handy enough to stay hidden beneath the leaves. Why the dragons do their hunting elsewhere, and we can do ours in peace. See, thank you for your explanation. You're welcome. Now, I know it won't stop easily. Dragons ain't the only thing you need to keep an eye on for, especially if you're set on heading west. Worse than dragons. I dare say you're wondering what could possibly worse than dragons, eh? Well, I'll tell you. The bloody Nath. They're what you might get if you crossed an antling with a megalocrab and taught the thing how to walk on two legs. Never used to stray too far from their hives out of fear of the dragons. They've gotten a lot more aggressive of late, sending out war parties of malms in all directions. They've even taken to harassing the Dravanians in their own lairs, if you can believe it. When they venture into the forest, which is more and more by the way, they certainly ain't afraid to come after my lot. I can only imagine how much worse it'll be closer to the Nat's home territory. It seems that much has changed in Dravania. Nath were not wont to cause such strife when I lived here. You lived here in Dravania? Aye. It was in the time following the calamity. My family was dead, my home was gone, and I had fled from the bitter cold into these lands. I knew not the paths of the forest then, and wandered out from under the protection of its boughs. It was when I chanced upon Trace Velgar. He had descended from his mountain lair to hunt for food. My exhausted mind could not contend with the sight of the majestic worm, nor the vision of the past his presence visited upon me. Thankfully, Champ found my unconscious form at the edge of the trees and nursed me back to health. Tailfeather I remained for some time. Hence your familiarity with the locals. But I interrupted you. Was saying these Nath were once a peaceful people? Peaceful would not be the most fitting description. They are a fiercely territorial tribe, and any who intrude upon their domain are attacked without hesitation or quarter. Outside the borders of their homeland, however, they were rarely hostile. Indeed, we were even able to trade with them on occasion. They have changed. What of it? We have not the time to creep through the underbrush on some roundabout route. I say we make straight for the Somal and crush any unruly insect we meet underfoot. A more direct path, then. Very well. Let us first follow the trail west of the forest and make for the statue of the Stained One. There we should have a fair view of the road that leads to Somal, shall we? Ba, 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 ba. I'd stop and have a break in a minute and get some food. I'm getting a bit peckish. It's just a present. Burn! Oh my god, I remember the side quests in this area, there was a crap ton of them. But yeah, like I said, I prefer to, when I'm playing through the expansions, I always make sure to clear the area of the side quests while I'm leveling me new jobs. Should we chance to meet Master Champ again, remind me to thank him. I did not warn us to expect the Nath. I doubt I would be standing here. Mid ruins that I would tentatively describe as Ishgardian. The style, not quite identical, betray a definite resemblance. Have a scholar's eye, Master Alphanor. This structure is, in fact, over 1,000 years old. It is a remnant of the age when our ancestors and dragonkind lived together in peace. You claim this as evidence of our harmonious past. I was taught that these buildings were constructed by heretics in honor of your Dravanian masters. This rubble inspires no such awe in me. Stubborn fool. How desperately you cling to the false teachings of your beloved Holy See. Enough, both of you. You threaten the success of our mission with this incessant squabbling. Jasix, clear reason with these two. Shut the fuck up, you stupid twats! Slap these both about the head. Grunt. Set aside your differences for now. Quiet. Lest you forget, our goal is to prevent a war which will claim the lives of Dravanians and Ishgardians alike. If we are to accomplish this, you must learn to tolerate each other's presence. Trust in Jasix's gift. In time, the secrets of history will be brought to light. Let that be enough, Estinian. You would have me keep my counsel until Jasix's visions confirm the truth. Very well, but bait me not. Our meeting with Thrace Velgar will likely provide the catalyst Jasix's gift requires, as it did mine. Let us press on. The Trine Towers. By you, the three great towers to the west. Ishgardians know them as Annex Trine. The place served as a roost for Thrace Velgar's lesser kindred. We are to reach the peak of Sam Al, and we must first beseech these dragons to open the way. Do not be disheartened. The one who leads them is a friend. Of rather more concern is the disposition of the Nath. Let us survey the approach to the towers and see if the path is clear. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-dee-boo. It is as I feared. The road ahead is teeming with the Nath soldiers. Champ did not exaggerate then. These beastmen have grown brazen indeed if they would threaten the dragon so openly. Do you intend to assault the lair itself? I pray they do not. Mighty tough my Dravanian friends are they are yet vulnerable to the Nath's muskets. There is no route save the one before us. Should the beastmen offer battle, we have no choice but to accept. Da, 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 da. You said your first chapter? Atabloui! Ow. Got him. Sat marathon through Kung Fu Panda trilogy last night. Every now and then I like to watch random animated films. How to Train Your Dragon's by far my favourite. Love it. And then I watched Big with Tom Hanks. I take no pleasure in killing the Nath. It was to avoid bloodshed that I agreed to join you on this journey. Well, it cannot be helped. We may proceed into the courtyard together, but leave the task of healing its occupants to me. And keep your lance on your back, Dragoon. On my word to the Warrior of Light, I shall start no fight, only finish it. You truly are beyond salvation. Come then.
Vidofnir!
What's up? Our future buddy.
Ah, 'tis thee, little one. From above I did mistake thee for a Nath. 'Tis well I chanced to look again, or thou wouldst now be ash.
Dear Vidofnir, how I have missed you. Would that I had come sooner, and not out of dire necessity.
Thou art troubled. Speak that I might know thy plight. Thou wouldst have father admonish his brood brother.
I would end this war without further bloodshed.
How am I to believe thee, little one, when thine own companion beareth Nidhogg's stolen eye?
Have care, dragon, or I shall gouge out one of yours.
You forget yourself, sir. We are here on a mission of peace.
My sires will forbiddeth me from inviting discord to our home. 'Tis for this reason and no other that thou still drawest breath, knight.
Vidofnir, please. We must be allowed to convey our intentions to Resvelgar in person, with words of our own choosing. Grant us this favor, and open the way to Som Al.
Thou hast ever been welcome, little one. But I cannot grant thy wish. I am bound to remain here, and protect my kin from the Nath's god.
The Nath have summoned a primal.
One of the best primals.
Pray excuse my forwardness, but if we were to eliminate the threat to your territory, would you consent to Lady Izel's request?
Ha! Dost thou imagine thyself equal to the task? To succeed where dragons have failed? 'Tis beyond thee, mortal. But thou art welcome to try, nonetheless. Only know that idle promises shall avail thee naught.
You'll see.
would seem we have no choice but to make good on Alphino's offer. Why must our every bid for peace breed yet more war?
Da, 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 da. Gifts for the outcasts. So the Nath have summoned their god. Thus it is the mystery of their newfound belligerence laid to rest. Are you not glad, Lady Iceheart? I thought you would applaud them for summoning a primal to further their own ends. After all, you did. I did not reach out to Saint Shiva to further mine own ends. I desired her strength only to forge anew the peace between man and dragon. What fool I am to speak of peace to you, a bloodthirsty savage who murders without thought or compunction. Enough, enough, I say. If the Nath have truly brought forth their deity from the ether, we must face it together, or watch our hopes fall apart. All now rests upon this primal's defeat. Ere we think of confronting it, we must first study its origins. What is the nature of this god? What manner of faith sustain its existence? My apologies, you are right, of course. Let us return to Tailfeather and consult with Master Champ. He knows more of the Nath and their culture than most. Ba, ba, ba. Imagine if they made it so every tree, like when you're flying through the leaves and that, imagine if they made it as if there was a like physical object. How much of a pain in the arse it would be flying through some areas. Thankfully they made it so you can just go, wee. Aha, back already, are we? Ah, met the Nath, did you? What is it you'd like to kick its god's ass? Summoned a primal, you see. 7 hells. I don't know bugger all about Nath religion. If I'm honest, beyond their trading habits, there never seemed much point in asking. Shouldn't be that hard to find out. From time to time, we border with a small hive to the north and west of here. Outcasts from the main tribe, from what I understand. I reckon they'd be willing to tell you a bit about themselves, if you give them the right incentives. Sounds promising. What exactly would a Nath consider to be the right incentives? Ah, nothing your average hunter couldn't scrounge up in a day or two. But seeing as you're in a hurry, you might want to divide the chores amongst yourselves. Want a good-sized jar of landtrap nectar, basket of calum tree fruit, and always a Nath favourite, a generous portion of young Naka flesh. I shall gather the fruit, keeping to the lower branches of these forest giants. Should present a little challenge to me. I shall collect the nectar, with Master Alphino's arcane assistance. And that leaves you to bring home the meat. Need to carve it from the smaller Nakas, that live in the rivers. 3 big hunks should be enough, I reckon. So you've got everything together. You should need to set it down, what we call the trading post. Here, I'll mark the spot on your map. You have been most kind, Master Marschamp. Well then, let us attend to our respective tasks and reconvene at the trading post. I need hardly add that the last one there is the rotten Nanaka egg. Shut up, Alphino. You stupid, stupid little child. How dare you. Right. Should take a couple of seconds. Didn't take us too long to get through this area, because obviously what delays you is when you first come here, there's a lot of side quests. And normally you do them, and then you go and meet the dragons, and then you do a couple of their side quests, and then you come back. I think that's remember how it played out. Obviously all the side quests are done, so I don't need to bother with that this time. And obviously I one-shot most things. It'd be even quicker if I was level 80. Was able to gather a goodly amount of nectar from the land traps. I would not have known how to harvest it without Uzeli's help. Do you have the Nanaka meat? Splendid. I shall put this with the Stinian's fruit and assemble a suitably generous-looking hamper for the Nath. The non-mind. Yeah, the Nath are like a hive mind, but some of them manage to like break free of it. And it's worse when they're tempered by Ravana. Well, everything appears to be in order. Assuming no one has any objections to my choice of presentation, I shall place our offerings at the trading post as instructed. Where I have of the Nath, I think I would be suitably impressed. Well, how long must we wait? Could we have sounded a signal or some such? Arm yourself, Master Alphino. Our offering has not gone unnoticed. Tippy tippy tappy. Long has it been since hunters last came to trade, bearing gifts that filled the air with such delightful scents. Land trap nectar, elm tree fruit, and Nanaka flesh. What delectable foods you have brought for us. Our meager existence is much enriched by your bounty. Come, hunters, come to our hive if you would trade. Cramped and stifling our homes are, the rancid incense keeps the dragons at bay. And horribly smelly. But better to live in stench than be cracked and crunched by dragon jaws, yes? Come, come. It is not far. Weird looking beast. Your presence has been announced to the storyteller. You must speak to our chosen leader in words, for we are Vath. We are the no-mind. Or non-mind. Welcome to our hive, hunters. You have brought delicacies much sought after by our people. We are much pleased. What would you have in return? Honored Elder, pray, allow me to begin by thanking you for welcoming us into your home, for accepting our humble offerings. My companions and I come in search of knowledge, specifically knowledge of your people's god. Knowledge alone. What strange hunters you are. But if it is words you desire, then words you shall have. We are the Vath, the non-mind, and to speak is our fate. You will hear the tale of the Nath's god, of the god of the one mind summoned into our midst. The one mind. These are the Nath who reside in the main colony? Yes, they are one. Connected. But let us begin the story at its beginning. Some moons ago, a single dragon flew in from the east, bleeding and weak. It fell from the sky and into the hive, where it was swarmed by my brethren. With spear and spell and musket, the dragon was slain. It was like one that had fled battle with my kinsmen. I should commend you for your finishing the job. Dragons are fierce and terrible adversaries. The one mind would always cower when their winged shadows passed over the ground, but no longer. They had learned that a battle-weary Dravanian was easy prey. Thus did the one mind decide to heed the words of the black-robed men. The one mind would call forth our god and unleash his blades upon the dragons. Varnian lands would become Nath lands, and ever larger would grow our domain. Our god ever hungers. The price he deemed in crystals far exceeds the rewards for this war. We of the Vath despise and revile his insatiable existence. We are the nomad. The whispers of thoughts are gone silent, and with our voices aloud we must speak. Necessity then, was it a storyteller chosen? A Nathic deity. I call upon the power of the primal for the greater good, conscious all the while that I do so at grave cost to the land. I reason that it is a necessary evil, and willingly shoulder the burden of my sin. In suggesting that such crimes can be justified, you may argue that I presume too much. You must surely see that I am aware of the magnitude of my transgressions. Not so the Nath. They summon their deity for no greater purpose than to expand their dominion. The scion of the Seventh Dawn, once sworn to eliminate the primal threat. The distinction you draw seems questionable at best. But the fact remains that my own grandfather risked unleashing the power of the 12 in an attempt to prevent the calamity. Thus, while I may not condone your actions, I at least understand them. Not so the Nath, as you so rightfully put it. If they truly seek naught but territorial gain, I can only conclude that they are ignorant of the ruinous consequences of their god's insatiable appetite. The longer this primalists suffer to exist, the greater the suffering it will cause. It must be destroyed. How lightly you propose the destruction of this god, Master Alphanor, a being of whom we know naught. Has it occurred to you that you may be sending the Warrior of Light to his death? No, You have the right of it, Astinian. It would seem it is I who am guilty of presuming too much. Pray, forgive me, Jasix. I do not fear my duty. Wait. Jasix need not face this foe alone. Like him, I am blessed with the Echo's protection, and may do battle without fear of primal influence. Let me bear this burden. Ah, do you truly imagine yourself a second Warrior of Light? Remind me, how many primals have you faced, my lady? Not that it matters. We know not where this god resides, or how to challenge it. Unless you mean to pray until it appears. Stinian makes a valid point. Let us speak with the Vath and learn how best to secure an audience with their deity. In this, at least, I may be of assistance. The young lady certainly appears eager to prove... the young lord certainly appears eager to prove his worth. Because he feels guilty for what the Braves have done and all the crap that it led to. Back in a minute, I'm going to grab something to munch on. I'm a bit peckish. I'll get something proper to eat later, but for now, I just want something to munch on. Never mind, somebody's already making something. Might order a pizza later. Gee, I think I'm going to. All right. We are Vath. We are the non-mind. We do not hear the one mind's thoughts. We cannot predict their will. Put this idea from your mind, generous hunters. If you meet with our god, then he will have your souls. Surely you are not so generous as that. You wish to meet our god? Offer yourself as sacrifices, and you will soon be brought before him. We would mourn the loss of such generous hunters, however. Not gonna happen. You are generous hunters, yes? Many gifts you have brought, but not enough for all Vath to enjoy. Maybe you could bring us just one more? We are very fond of Nanaka flesh. Yes, the meat of a young Nanaka would make a fine repast. Can't remember if the quest where I've got to escort the baby dragon around as part of the side quest line or if it's part of the main. Yeah, what also kept you in these areas for longer was obviously every time you came to the areas you had to use the Aetheryte compass to hunt for the currents, but you didn't get to fly in the area until literally the very last quest in the area. Which I always hated. Because it's like once you unlocked the ability to fly in that area, you are finished and you are ready to leave, especially if you did all the side quests before progressing. And then periodically as you advance the main quest in the area, more side quests would crop up. And then eventually, once you'd finish the main, you'd have all the side quests done as well. And then you'd unlock the ability to fly and you'd be moving on. So it'd be like, oh, well, that was pointless. One second. Please scroll in my junk mail in case that second. Nope. Nope. So I pre-ordered Monster Hunter, ready for next month. Doesn't come out for another month yet. Comes out right near the end of next month. And I've pre-ordered it ready. However, when I go on Shop 2, normally on your order page, Shop 2 normally has you paid next to the order. For some reason it's not showing it this time. It looks like they've changed the way the system works on their website. I might have a look in case it's updated today. Then not double charges. I've never had it happen yet, but I think Lou mentioned that he had that problem once, where the double charged him and he had to go through a right faff with his bank and that to get his money back. A quick peek. Hopefully it's updated and corrected itself. Let's see. Reorders. Da, 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 da. Current account balance. Ah, yeah, it looks different now. There's like now like an account balance sort of thing on that side. It looks like it's added the money to the account, but it hasn't like automatically applied it to me pre-order. Guess we'll see what happens. Da, 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 da. Love the guitar cover of this music. If I do enjoy on Anaka flesh. You have been out hunting yet? Or have you been out hunting yet? Now that gift for the Vath? Unexpected. Yes. You will have more of the words you strange hunters hunger for. Listen now. The sense of the one mind are enmeshed by the overmind. What one sees, all sees. What one feels, all feels. Alert a single Nath. The whole hive is alerted. To reach our god undetected is all but impossible. Not when you can fly. I could just fly over there now and just be like, punch him in the keister. The Vatha want to allude to certain concepts without explanation, but I believe I am beginning to grasp a few of their fundamentals. What I understand, the king-like Overmind sits at the center of Nath society, and its presence somehow allows its subjects to communicate without need of word or gesture. These Nath, the ones who inhabit the larger hive, are known as the One Mind, and it was by their combined will that the Primal was summoned. Those who reside in this smaller hive, however, are the Vath of the non-mind, who, for reasons that yet escape me, seem to have been excluded from the telepathic bond which connects their Nath counterparts. Thus are the Vath ignorant of the One Mind's thoughts and intentions, and of the nature of their own god. In summary, we have wasted our time. Not so. Perilous though it may be, the Vath did furnish us with one certain method of approaching the Primal, as sacrifices. Could we allow ourselves to be captured in the envisioned environs of the colony, the Nath will bring us before their deity to make an offering of our souls. Breaking into hives. Forgive me. Let us be clear about what it is that you propose. You mean to say that you would deliberately provoke the Naths? Surrender yourself into what might generously be termed their custody, and then wait until their god arrives to claim your soul? Aye. That fairly well describes my plan. You will join me in this endeavour, will you not, Jasix? Judging by the great risks you took to prevent the summoning of Saint Shiva, you are not a man to err on the side of caution. Would that I could fight at your side, warrior of light. But the power of the dragon is no protection against primal influence. Forgive me, but I must remain here with Master Alphinaud. Then it is settled. Jasix, you and I shall challenge the guards at the entrance of to the colony. Once the hive is roused, we shall feign a brief show of resistance and then allow them to take us prisoner. Let loose the dogs of war. What's the name of Ravana's theme? Like when the vocals kick in? Is that on the list of Squeenix's terms? I don't remember the name of it. It's not on high, is it? No. Ravana's theme. I think it's Phase 3. Varna theme lyrics. Oh, third phase or second phase, whatever it is. If it's not on that list that is specified in Squeenix's rules, then I'm just gonna fucking let the music play. Like I say, there's other streamers don't seem to be ever flying shit about playing music, so and they seem to be getting away with it. Worst case scenario, I'll get 1 strike. That's the thing with this, like, 3-strike system. Do the strikes diminish over time? Or is it just permanent? That'd be a bit shit if you, like, slowly collect the 3 over like, years of streaming. And then they're like, right, there's your 3rd one, bye! Unbending Steel, is that it? Is a boss theme, Final Fantasy XIV, the Primal Ravana. That's the one, right. That's not mentioned in their song tracks, so screw it. Let it play. Intruders! Your lives are forfeit. The Overmind must by now be aware of our intrusion. Let us press on into the hive and ensure that we have our host's undivided attention. Oh, there it is. That should be sufficient. We did not have our horse full attention before. We'll surely have it now. Our audience with the Primal may be granted soon after our capture. Pray, advise me once you have steeled your mind for the battle to come. Aye, yeah, time for good fight. Lord of the Heim. You're prepared then? Hopefully I can solo him. Hold here, Jasix. When next the Nath come, we offer no resistance. Surrender, intruders. There is no escape. Enough. We surrender. We throw ourselves upon the mercy of your god. They seem eager to proceed. Good. When they take us before their lord, pray, leave matters to me. What I know of summoning rituals hold true, shall be well placed to act. Mark the sound of the river rushing through the ravine behind us. Passing loud, is it not? I imagine the noise would serve to make our escape. Should we need to withdraw temporarily? Oh, our mask. But you are prepared, are you not? I do hope so. If I were to be dragged away for sacrifice while you were haggling over the price of portions, I should not be amused. What?
Now we have but to wait.
O Lord Ravana, master of the sacred blades, wrath of the colony, conqueror of the world, hear our prayer. Pray grant unto your devoted children the gift of your divine presence.
He comes.
royal strength to the colony. Speak and I shall listen.
Oh, glorious General, we have captured intruders and would make unto you an offering of their life's blood.
These feeble fleshlings dared to invade Nathlands.
Hear me, Lord Ravana. My companion and I did not come to contest your children's territory. We wished only to learn the reason you wage war against the dragons.
Thou wouldst flirt with death merely to satisfy thy curiosity. Wherefore should the glorious conquests of the Nath concern thee so, Elezen? Ah, mayhap thine own kind struggle against the worms fareth poorly, and thou art desirous of a pact.
We crave no alliance, Lord Ravana. Only peace. We would bring an end to our war with the dragons. Yet so long as they remain embroiled in this conflict with your children, our goal shall remain out of reach. Never before have the Nath risen up in such numbers, and never yet with you at their head. Why do you lead them to war?
Thy question hath no meaning. To live is but to fight. Long have my children waited, gathering their strength in the shadow of thy ceaseless conflict. The Nath would see the Dravanians slain, and their territories secured. And by such fervent prayers am I now given form and purpose.
As I feared, your very existence is an obstacle to our goal. Since you are so fond of fighting, we challenge you, Lord of the Nath. And should we emerge the victors, I would have you swear to withdraw your soldiers from Dravanian soil.
Thou art bold indeed to risk thy fleshy hide so readily. Very well. I, Ravana, fourfold master of the blade, do accept thy challenge. But should I emerge the victor, I would have thee swear to serve in mine army till thy last breath is spent. Do you accept?
I do. And I believe the first bout is mine.
Someone's gonna get wrecked. Love how it's just like, oh, I felt guilty if I keep having to summon Diva. Fucking. She just keeps doing it.
What is this? A god clad in flesh?
Is aught amiss, my lord? Thou wilt not break thy word, I trust.
Mine oath is unbending as steel, little goddess. Thy ruse will but add to mine enjoyment.
Love this fight.
I thought myself stronger. Mayhap with more crystals?
Stop using that power.
Be thou god or maid, thou art nothing to me. And whether be mortal, art thou warrior or craven?
Get on. Hopefully I can solo him.
A warrior then? Good! Mayhap thou will provide more sport than thy feeble companion.
Guarantee my phone will start a ring while I'm in the middle of this fight. We'll go. High on high I stand. Ah! Love this fight. Ah. 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 Huh. Ha. Ha.
Dance to the song of ringing steel.
Ha! Huh! Ha! Ha! Da 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 da. Furious as a blaze. Ha! Huh!
Finish!
Bleed! Let's loose the dogs of war! Ha! Huh! Heh!
I am invincible! Bleed! Wilt thou yield? Take wing, ye souls of war!
Dum dum dum.
Rejoice in the glory of combat! Unyielding of the earth!
Ba-da-da-da-da-da-da. High on high I stand, gazing down at the sea. Awaiting me. Of Duncan. Conquest.
Thou hast bested me.
Slowly turning me.
Thus does the sacred rite of combat proclaim the victor. I lay my blades at thy feet, child of man.
That's a class fight. Ba-da-ba-da-ba.
You do not disappoint, warrior of light. Would that I had your skill in battle. I do begin to see why so many place their faith in you. For all his savagery, I do not think Ravana one to break his word. Provided the dragons do not trespass upon Nath lands, they should have little to fear of the Primal's biting blades. We have done well, have we not? Come, let us return to Vidofnir and share these glad tidings.
Once more you achieve the impossible, bringer of light. But with every mortal heart that succumbs to fear and fury, another voice is joined to the chorus, beseeching divine succor. At their bidding, warring gods will shake the firmament, and your world will be consumed in the swelling storm of chaos.
Ever since we first fought, have I seen you draw upon the full extent of your power, and never from afar till this day. You are a marvel to behold, Jasix. Well, time we rejoined our companions. We'll be eager to hear the tale, to continue our journey. Doodly-doodly-doo. Da, 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 da. Doo, doo. Jasix, Lady Azalea, like the 12. Kicked some ass, kicked our primal in the booty. Lord Rauban, you say? How curious that the Vath never mentioned his name. You're quite certain he will keep his word? There was honor beneath his savagery. That we survived the encounter, that all was a miracle. A miracle I must attribute to Jasix. Never did I doubt you, warrior of light, unlike some. You were gone so long that Master Alphinaud here nigh lost his wits with worry, fretting like a maid for her sweetheart he was. Estinian! Is that truly necessary? Not truly necessary, but certainly true. What matters is that the primal is banished, and our promise fulfilled. We should return to Vindafir without delay. Lest you forget, it's but a means to secure an audience with the Roem Hraesvelgar. Nidhogg's minions will not be halted by idle chatter. Come now, we must make every moment count. You are unkind, Estinian. For all his experience and intellect, Alphinaud is still but a boy. Da, 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 da. I can't remember what else happens in this area after that. Right, cool. I'm going to take a break, guys, get some munch, chill for a bit. I'll be back at around 6 PM, 7 PM UK time. So just under 3.5 hours time again, or 7 PM, so an extra hour on that, depending on what happens. But yeah, I'm going to take a break, get some food, chill out for 5, take care of some stuff, and yeah, I shall be back a little bit later with some more Final Fantasy XIV. I'll quickly export this and unlist it, and then we'll see if anything happens with the track at the end of there. Anyway, thanks for watching, guys. Have a good night. If you're new to the channel, as always, feel free to hit that follow button. Scroll down, you find a link to my Twitter and YouTube channel. All videos are exported to YouTube and then deleted from Twitch. So if you missed a stream, you can find them over there. Until then, I shall catch you in a bit. Peace.